Hello, and welcome back to Bard College. In the last session, our party finally gained access to the Infinite Library. This shifting labyrinth of knowledge that seems to be accessible from places that accumulate tomes and texts. They were shown a way through by Volvazar after supporting him, or at least observing through his fight with Sweet Rain, and effectively passing out from their time in Draxmore College. When they decided to journey through this particularly unique place, they immediately happened upon a strange calculation engine, one that provided them with some answers to some questions, which may or may not be based on knowledge that is written down somewhere connected to this library, and may or may not be reliable. You then progressed forward and found an even more unsettling sight of the phantom databanks. These collections and jars of entities, spirits, or souls contained within jars and monitored, it seems, by, well, someone. You curiously inspected these jars in the last room and found a couple of unusual items, including a very magical eyeball. But in lieu of any missing eye sockets, you decided to leave well alone. Question is, will you go deeper? Will you stay where you are? Or you turn back before it's too late?
Are we is the room with the soul jars, is that like fully investigated by us by now, or is there something that we could still do to?
Do you know what? Have we completed it? You can roll me. Roll me a d20 if seen as you asked that question.
Sure. A 12.
Oh. As you look around, you see some floating shadows. They look like objects, maybe the sizes of like small bowling balls, just coming towards you from the corridor that you came down, floating, maybe like 1 foot per second, but it's hard to make out what they are from a distance.
No. What the heck are these? And I'll get closer to maybe see if I can poke one.
As you get closer, you hold on. I have to just turn to a page to actually find them. Here we go. As you get closer, they don't seem to diverge from their course, and they're floating maybe 4 or 5 feet off the ground. So as Tilly kind of walks down the corridor and gets closer, you see that these objects bobbing along seem to almost have like tails floating behind them. I just want you to make a... Do you have... What languages do you speak?
That would be common, druidic, halfling, and infernal.
Okay.
That last one always catches everybody off guard.
Yeah. You make an Arcana check.
Woof. That's a 2.
Okay. It's this weird, like, static hum as they move, and as you get closer, they come into the light, and you can see that these floating objects are brains, and the tails floating behind them are the remnants of a cerebellum and a spinal cord. And it's about 6 of them are floating into the room, and they pass over you. Roll me a D10, please, Lucas.
It's okay. It's just a bunch of flying brains. 2.
As you pass over, you just hear in your mind one voice till it says, "Hello."
Whoa. Hello.
You hear another one say in your mind, "No time for chatter. We've got to get back."
You? Who are you? What's your names? I'm Tilly.
You hear another one. "I'm sorry, we don't have time to chat. We have a lot to do."
Are you the floating brain thingies?
"Whatever are you talking about?"
Oh, okay. Can you see me? Oh, my friends here?
"Who said that?"
It's me, Tilly. Guys, can you hear them?
You now see the 6 floating brains kind of pause and then start kind of moving in like divergent directions, almost as if they're looking for something. "Well, of course we can't see you. We don't have eyes."
Oh.
There's a spare eye in the previous room if you want to go get it. It'd probably help you. Wow. These brains are talking to me in my head. What the hell is going on?
Each of you now hear a few different voices. "Hello, hello."
What the fuck is going on?
Hello?
"Don't be alarmed. We're just trying to get home."
Where's home?
Well, I'm sure it was around here somewhere. Do you notice anywhere that might accommodate beings of our size? You should notice it. It's like shelves with repositories, monitoring devices.
Well, do the jars we were looking at earlier, are they big enough for brains?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't picture them that big. Yeah, there are a bunch of weird jars over here. But these ones, some of they have mist in them, and a few empty ones.
It's not mist. It's souls of people. Are they your souls?
Oh, we don't wish to impose on anybody's occupied space, but if there are if there's anywhere that might accommodate us, we'd be very grateful.
There were some empty ones.
Are there any? Yeah.
Yeah. In fact, there's exactly 6 empty ones.
You just go for a walk and now you. How do you fly about if you can't see anything?
That's a good question. I can't see anything, but I can feel it.
Yeah, me too. You never know where you're going. Come on. Can you just open these jars, please?
How did you open them before to get out? Please tell me.
Let's just help them.
Okay.
You open the jars?
Sure.
Cool. They all gratefully seem to converge on a particular jar, and as you shut them in, the monitoring devices on the end of the shelves begin to like flicker and activate, and you see like what you assume to be things like brainwaves just on the readout on the end of the shelves.
That's the weirdest thing.
As soon as you shut the last one, you don't hear any voices anymore.
Helpful.
So do they still look like they're like brains that we can see in the jars, and then the ones that were previously already there, they're like this kind of mist which we think are their souls?
Maybe. You don't know if it's the same beings or entities.
Yeah. But they haven't changed. They still look like brains.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe when people died here and the souls were captured, and somebody was then experimenting on the bodies, and it looks so weird.
And these guys' souls didn't go elsewhere because they're still in the brain?
As you contemplate Descartesian duality, you realise that it may be difficult to happen upon an answer.
Well, who let them out first? I was gonna ask. 'Cause, like, there's obviously somebody who does all this, and I don't particularly get the good vibe from that without whoever. Might be wrong, but maybe we should just move on.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go. It's weird.
Let's get the fuck out of here. Are they like? Is there like? Okay, should we feed them like fishes?
You don't see any brain flakes on the side.
Okay, all right. I'm sure they'll be fine. They can fly. This is the weird stuff.
Okay, who's going to lead the way to the next location? Remember, it takes about 10 minutes to travel between rooms.
Yeah, I'll help. I'll do it.
All right, we're going to go to the third depth, the third layer then. I need you to roll a d20, please.
A 5.
Ooh. Okay. Let me just make a note. I'll need a couple more rolls from you.
Okay.
Oh God. Can you roll me another d20?
A 17.
Okay. And can you roll me another d20? No, in fact, sorry, make this one a d12.
An 8.
Okay. You get you progress down the next corridor. As we know, it's plastered ceilings, stone floors, and just wall-to-wall books. After about 10 minutes, you see an intense white glow from the next room. And there seems to be an oncoming, a strong draft, maybe even like a light breeze coming from this room. Bear with me. As you as you walk in, you see that this wind is quite persistent, and there are lots of tomes and scrolls. The tomes are like braced open with like leather strapping, and other posters, maps, and paintings are physically nailed to the walls to stop them presumably blowing away in this constant wind. I want everybody to make a wisdom saving throw.
This be a magical effect?
No.
Just a regular.
Okay, hold on. Why? Hold on. Here we go. Right, can you tell me your rolls, Kirsty?
25.
Good. Lucy?
4.
That's bad. Roll me a
Mm.
D100.
59.
59. You, as you walk in behind Mia, this wind seems to blow through your mind, and it is painful. It's so painful that it's irritating. And it's so irritating that you wish it would just stop. And you're going to just shut it up. You're going to stop this wind. You reach down for your witch's circle, and you grasp it so tightly that your hand starts bleeding on the sharp edge. And as you focus on the pain, it gives you some relief from this wind. And before you even open your eyes again, you jam your witch's circle forward into Mia's back.
Mm. Am I conscious of what I'm doing, or am I just in this wind tunnel?
You don't realise what you've done until it's done, but if you roll to hit, we'll see what happens. I'll give you advantage as well because Mia is probably not expecting this. It's a surprise attack.
Yes, that hits.
Roll damage.
8 and 7.
Ouch.
What was Tilly's Constitution saving throw?
16.
Okay. I'd like you to roll a D100.
Yeah. 61.
Oh, God.
It's really close to yours.
Yeah.
Okay. Mechanically, this is a level of exhaustion, but not thematically.
Mm-hmm.
Tilly, ever since that that vision, that dream about the purple dragon,
Yes.
that kind of, it's obviously been weighing heavily on your mind. You've been wondering whether the treasurer of Draxmoor College and the purple dragon are indeed one and the same. You have evidence to suggest that it might be, if only you could confront them. And this anxiety seems to manifest itself as a purple pseudo dragon that appears to you, and it starts to follow you around. It starts nipping and scratching at you. It starts saying insulting things to you.
Oh.
It's a unconscious manifestation of your deepest anxieties.
Fantastic.
So as Giselle jams her witch's circle into May's back, you don't really see any of this. You wander off into the corner of this brightly lit room and start arguing with something that's not there. Red, what was your Constitution save?
9.
Oh dear, roll media 100.
Oh dear.
3.
Oh God. I'm sure it's 3.
Very different.
It's gotta be good. It's gotta be something good.
Red, you're the last one to enter this phosphorescent room, and the wind it kind of moves everything in your perception like all at once, and you become there's some kind of dawning realization, something that stops you dead in your tracks. And when I say it stops you, you're paralyzed with this realization. You just stop the entrance of the room. Mia, as soon as you feel this, the rushing of warm blood down your back, becomes quite apparent that everybody else is acting real strange.
I'll wheel around and look at Giselle.
I'm sorry. I don't. I can't. I don't. I'm sorry.
What's
I can't.
up?
I can't really hear. I don't. I just needed it to stop. The blood
Are
trickling
you
down my hand.
okay?
I can't hear anything but wind. I don't know what you're saying.
You're not deaf now that Mia kind of confronts you about this. The wind is still annoying you, but you can hear.
I'm sorry, Mir.
It's fine.
I don't know what's going on. We need to get out of this room.
Tilly? Red?
No, my hair are not dirty and ugly. They're nice and good looking, right?
Tilly,
Here, they're really nice. He's saying they're really what?
Here, talking.
No,
to you?
no. There's this. How? How is scratch?
Oh, okay. Red?
I'm frozen. Am I in fear of something? Like I've just...
No, you're just paralyzed. You are retreating into your mind.
Yeah, I'm spiraling.
Okay. Giselle, I need you to help me. I need you to focus and help me, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Can you see anything? Can we see anything in this room that's causing this wind?
You notice that the wind is just blowing through the room. Clearly, the room is adapted to this wind because of everything being nailed down, and it is also lit by bright phosphorescent lamps, ones that are immune to not like braziers or torches. Why don't you roll me a d6, please, Mia, since you're the only one who's really paying attention right now.
A 1.
Oh.
No, I mean a 6.
Stop it. Why did you do this?
So, I'll tell you what the book says. There is a 1 in 6 chance that the map of any particular exotic destination that the PCs are trying to explore in future exists here in this room. As you look, you realize that the wind blowing through this room is characteristic of the place that you are looking for. And as you step back, you join Red in her astounding gaze that the entire far wall of this room is a map of the 3 layers of pandemonium.
God damn.
What
Guess
did you
we're
say there was a
done.
1 in 6 chance of doing?
Of the basically the place that you're looking to explore in the future being mapped out in this room. And you rolled
Cool!
the 1 in 6 chance.
Yay!
Which is what we were trying to get the book for, because it had the map inside.
Well,
But-
yes. However, you know more things about the book and how it might protect you from wind like this. So you
Okay.
will have the knowledge of where to go.
Well, I guess
Perhaps
only
not
if
the
we're
means to go
managed
there
to.
safely.
Only if we somehow manage to copy this. None of us are cartographers, or
That's right.
we don't have a. We don't have a. Are we?
I think I'm a pretty good map maker from my time as a quartermaster.
Could be.
Map reader.
Did you get
Cartography
cartography
tools.
proficiency from our 9 months at sea?
I mean, I guess not on my character sheet.
I remember giving someone cartography skills, but maybe
I think it might have been Jacob.
I think it might have been Jacob. Yeah. Wah wah.
You don't want to say that I also have them from being very skilled.
I'm not going to retroactively invent that now, but does it mean you can't have a go at copying a map or trying to
Yeah.
discern some directions or spending some time here to study it?
My wanderer background says verbatim you have an excellent memory for maps and geography. And you can always recall the general layout of terrain, settlements, and other features around you.
Well, that sounds pretty good to me, doesn't it? So, it's certainly not going to make your map making like easy, but it's certainly going to give you an advantage in terms of even if you have to take a note down of some directions or scroll out a path. Yeah, let's do some rolls. It's going to take some time. I'm actually going to say that it's going to take you the equivalent of a long rest, 8 hours in this room, trying to do this because it's such a big map and such a big place.
Okay.
And like Red is like paralyzed for 8 hours, or am I talking to this dragon for 8 hours?
You certainly being in this room is quite difficult. And that's another thing you might want to consider, Mir. You're going to have to spend time in this room, and this wind seems to have a very difficult or unusual effect on your other party members.
Like, I think we have to study this map. But can I see if I can help my friends, like, snap out of it? Like, can I examine them to see if there's anything?
You can make a medicine check. Who you medicine checking?
I'll start with Red.
Yeah,
That seems like
it's quite a low DC for Red.
okay. 29.
Oh, you slap her, and she snaps out of it.
Ow!
Look at this map.
That's it. That's what we need.
I'm gonna do some work, but Tilly's.
Wind. We can't stay in here for very long. How quickly can you draw up a map? 5, 10 minutes, maybe?
Oh, it will
Yes.
take a long time.
I was
Can we
afraid of
stay
that.
out? Can we stand just outside? Is that gonna make a difference? I hate this room. I hate it. My head is hurting.
Can I try a medicine check on Tilly? See if I can stop her from seeing her friend.
Sure.
32. Oh, great.
Okay, yeah. With a crit, you kind of come down to Tilly's level, and you can see that she is genuinely experiencing like hallucinations. It would be something you would know with a crit that a lesser restoration would cure, but prolonged exposure to this wind may indeed be difficult without more long-term protection, or it may be worth the risk.
I don't have lesser restoration, but I do have greater restoration.
Okay.
Purity spear, so I would like to use it to like bring it down on Tilly's forehead and cast greater restoration on her.
Okay, because you're using a more powerful spell, roll me a d4.
A 2?
You think that this will protect Tilly from the effects of this wind for 2 hours.
Okay. I don't know what to do. Like, this is going to take me all day, but it seems like we need it.
I can, following on from Mira, I'll do a greater restoration as well. I don't have a lesser either.
We're so powerful.
Let me let me just check that, because it does have material components, but I'm casting it from the Blood of Lathander. I need to just check the description of the item.
Yeah, I don't think it costs you material components from the Blood of Lathander.
Who are you casting it on?
Giselle, if she, well, I'm presuming that her effect is also kind of ongoing and needs solving, or
That would be a logical conclusion to jump to.
Does she keep trying to attack us?
well, it uses
No, but
5
the wind is definitely
charges.
causing her a headache.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would cast Greater Restoration then from the using the
Yeah,
Blood
roll
of
me a
Lathander.
d4.
Just 1.
An hour of respite.
Right. This is obviously really important, but we can't stay here. So,
Well,
we test how far the effects of this extend. If we just wait in the corridor in earshot, in case something happens to Emiria, just shout and we'll come over. But we'll camp in the corridor. You seem to
You're
be
gonna
fairly.
leave me?
no, we
Yeah,
can't.
let's leave you in the earshot.
The rooms, we don't know, the rooms might change. Rolvazar said that the nature of the rooms, they can change over time. They don't always connect to the same place. We go out in the corridor, and we don't know how long it is before Mir's on the other side of Cerulea in
That's
that room
crazy.
that she's in. And we should stick together because there are brains floating about in here.
They seem very friendly. I prefer those brains
That
to the
is
wind
true,
any
yeah.
day.
We also don't know
So-
when the librarians might show up.
This is true. So if we're resolving to stay put, what's gonna happen is there's gonna be some stamina tests, some trying to shake off the psychological effects of this persistent wind, and yeah, it's quite possible that we might get other people or creatures passing through.
Well, before we decide, I'm going to make the suggestion that we might have just bought ourselves enough time to have a quick look around if there's anything we can figure out to stop this effect, or we could could keep going,
Yes.
and
Maybe some
we could come
well-placed
back.
dispel magic.
Yeah. So we could either just run straight, well, not run, but we could go deeper into the next one right now and plan to come back, or if we want to stay in for a minute and figure stuff out, I'll cast an additional spell to help us try and resist. But we don't have anything that can make us last a full 8 hours at the moment.
Maybe we go back to the previous room and then we ask one of the brains to help us. We'll leave the brain
Maybe.
here to remember, and then we'll take him with us and we'll call him Brainy and he'll be our friend forever. Is there anything magically that anyone could do that could, like... I can definitely give you enhanced ability for a bit if you need your brain powers. But that's only going to last an hour. Is there anything we could do to... Is there a make a painting spell? Is there a photocopy spell?
I think if we're
Xerox is instant image.
If we have, I use a daylight spell to burn. No. Invent photography. No, that's not gonna work.
If we're meandering in here for a bit or we try and figure this out, I don't want to run the risk, so I'm going to cast this spell. Intellect Fortress. But I can only do 3 of us, so I'm going to exclude Mir just because you did pass the last one pretty successfully. So
it's for it's for the saving. That's actually pretty great. It is unfortunately just an hour, isn't it?
it's just an hour, so that's why I was saying if it gives us an hour, and with the restorations, maybe we can at least investigate.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Sounds good. Let's look around, see if there's any holes I can. I want to check if there's like any holes that this wind is coming from that we could patch in with some stuff I can produce with from the alchemy jar. I think I can do some like honey or shit. Yeah, mayonnaise. Yeah, mayonnaise. It's gonna be great. Plug holes and stuff. So
You can make an investigation check. Don't forget you you had restoration restored on you, so that exhaustion level is now gone. So you can make just a regular old investigation check.
Okay.
Guidance.
Shit.
Oh,
That would be a crit. So 23.
Okay. With a crit, you thoroughly investigate the bookcases and stonework. Remember, these rooms are kind of like, it's just bookshelves. So if you're kind of looking for a hole, you like try and investigate the ceiling. Maybe you climb some of the bookshelves and try and kind of figure out where it's coming from. It's definitely coming through the room. You notice that its point of origin is definitely not in this room. It's coming from the corridor beyond. That just seems to be a long, winding, corridor that the one similar to the ones you've walked down to get into this room. So you assume that it may be either coming from the next room or just perpetuating magically. You have no idea, but you can't see a point of origin.
Okay, so I can't. So I can't figure out if this with the investigation check if this wind can be stopped by mundane things. Like, what happens if I stick fingers in my ears? Does that lessen the effect, or doesn't it?
It does not. No.
Okay, so that tells me it's not like sound wave based. It's some sort of magical. So if I like block the door with a stone slab, that wouldn't make any difference.
With that investigation check, it seems improbable to you, although it doesn't give you certainty.
Okay, I'll tell them all of that. That's not good news at all, I'm afraid. But we could do we could go and check that next room. If it's coming from there, we do risk what you say, that when we come back, this thing's not going to be here, apparently. Maybe. No? I don't know how this place works, but that's what he seemed to be hinting. But if we just stay, could be some... I mean, Giselle kind of stabbed you, and we can do a lot more damage to ourselves with the abilities that we have. If we fall out of control, we could destroy this place and ourselves in it.
Yeah,
with the
exactly.
magic that we have.
Even if we resist it for a while, it's a long time. It's 8 hours, and we'll be tired enough just from spending that time, you know, trying to draw up this map and cast spells and resist this effect. Like, we can stay in here for a little bit longer, but 8 hours, we'd need to stop the effect.
I think it's worth a risk. See what's in the next room, see if we can stop this wind, come back and take the map. The worst case scenario is this map will be lost for us, but that's not our goal in here anyway.
Could you?
There's another map in that book.
I'm asking Mir, rather than trying to take the full time to like copy up this map and draw up a rudimentary one, do you think you could spend an hour like just writing and noting down the key points, like some key features that might help us in future?
DM?
No.
Too complex.
Too easy.
What do I think I could do in an hour?
Look at a big map. Like, and if you want something useful that might help you navigate these impossibly complex systems of caverns, it's going to take time to study. Just looking at it, you know, I'm not going to be able to do much with this in an hour. I haven't even just kind of realized what the scale is yet, or how these 3 different layers are connected. There seems to be information about these things, but I know it's going to take me a while.
Because I'm thinking of like recording like key landmarks and stuff like that, but in a map of Pandemonium, that's probably like...
It's useless.
Yeah, like it's just a big job. It's just like a big tangle ball of wool.
Yeah, exactly. Looks like just loads of interconnected wormholes at the minute. It's just like, woof.
Yeah, there's not like a bureau of exchange and then like a...
You are here.
Yeah.
Tourist information is here.
Yeah.
Okay. So as long as we stick together, let's just go. Let's just decide whether we're staying or going. I feel like it might get dicey if we stay, but we could risk it, depending on whether we think it's worth the risk. I mean, technically, this is not something we came here for. It's awesome. It could probably supplement what we know is in that book in a great way. It seems extremely lucky, almost improbable that we've come across.
Very improbable that you would have come across this.
That we've come across this map, but
also think if Tilly is looking up at this ceiling and thinking somewhere within this network of information that we've so luckily happened across is where my family's, so the person who's keeping my family's soul under wraps is.
yeah,
Would she just go, yeah, it's not really what I came for?
No. But that's not the case. She knows there's a map that has a route to his palace in the book.
Mm-hmm.
So
She doesn't know where that is.
No, but that's what we're going to find out. So,
We've been led to think that. So I'm keeping track of, I assume not just me, of like what rooms we're in.
Mm-hmm.
And then my understanding was that we would then go back through those rooms to get to where we came in, or to get to the room with the secret door to get back to where we came in.
Yeah, we should have to do that anyway, yeah.
So if we don't find the book, for whatever reason, is it a fair assumption that we could come back here and go, fuck it, we'll just have to do this?
Yeah, definitely, yeah. That's what I was thinking.
You haven't spent much time here, only a maybe a couple of hours now.
Yeah,
3
yeah.
rooms.
Yeah.
So yeah, your warnings about whether things will shift and change. You don't know. You've never experienced it yet.
We haven't. No, we could run back to the previous one, see if it's there. But what's that gonna prove? That it hasn't changed yet, but it might. I think we should just vote on whether we stay or we go, and just do it. I think.
Okay.
Just to say, from Giselle's perspective, she's only got an hour, and then she's back into. So I don't think, unless we're going to keep doing spells to kind of.
Yeah, we could be doing spells. We could potentially have better rolls as well. Like we're gonna have more, I think, those saves, right? So it's possible that we can withstand it for some time with the spells and everything.
I think we'd really need a specific spell or item or something that would, like, now that we know this is here, to come in and go, right, we can use this. Like, for example, like, this is a bit outside the box for the spells that Red has, but like, you know, like Tiny Hut or even Silence or something protective that can last 8 hours and we can still see the picture of the map. I don't have anything like that. I've only got a few spell slots to do like an hour each of helping us with saves, basically.
I can cast any spell that I want to through casting Wish.
Just wish our way out of it.
I don't know about Tiny Hut. I don't know whether Mia would.
Yeah, that's just off the top of my head. I'm not sure if that's exactly the right one, but
you have seen that spell because Galen cast it, and you've been inside of one, so it's you do know
you've
about
seen
that
it,
spell.
yeah, for sure.
Okay, then that's an option.
Whether it would protect us or not.
Yeah.
It protects from like the weather. Oh no, spells and other magical effects can't extend through the dome. Okay, well that could potentially work.
The atmosphere inside the space is comfortable and dry, regardless of the weather outside.
Yeah, the magical effect, but seems valid. Just wish to do Tiny Hut. We're just ruining that spell. Casting the most frivolous things.
Yeah, but that's what it's so good for, is casting lower spells for free.
No. I think it's a perfect solution. Like, it lasts 8 hours, which you can see through it. You can be sitting inside of it and doing your work. We can all be sitting inside of it. It sounds perfect to me. But that does, like, take away your 9th level spell slot. So if we're like getting real trouble, no mass heal, right?
Yeah.
Cool.
Is that true?
Well, I got some healing. So I mean, this bit is obviously your decision, your spell. So whatever you want.
Well, if I'm going to spend all day doing this anyway, then presumably we will need to rest at some point.
Would we be at the stage of long rest at the end of the 8-hour period, more or less? So, because it would have been afternoon was the fight, like at the noon.
Mm-hmm.
So we're looking at 4-ish afternoon, maybe, or 3, 4. Add 8 hours on top of that. It'd be like late.
What is time in the Infinite Library?
Well, our bodies have internal clocks, so I guess we'd be going by that. However much that accounts for, but
your endogenous pacemakers actually run on a slightly extended cycle without being trained to the cues of the external environment. But that's human physiology, and none of you are human, so
fair. None of us are human.
Yeah, if everyone doesn't mind sitting around for 8 hours, shall we do it?
It's the best idea that we had out of all the ones, like staying here and just chancing it, or leaving and chancing that we can come back. I think it's the best idea that we have. It does cost quite a lot of resource, so ultimately it's your decision. But I'm up. Like, I think it's the best idea that we had so far.
We'd have to do a lot anyway.
Yeah. Let's do it.
All right.
Just chuck the tiny hut spell description up for me. Well, you pitch up and cast this dome, this magical dome around you, and as the dome spreads out from a point above your head and touches the stone floor beneath you, the maddening wind becomes is dispersed to you. You no longer hear it or feel it in your mind. You can see this huge collection of maps, and I guess occasionally one or two of you are even able to go and get, complimentary books and help assist Mia with her studies. So we will roll, given that you've protected yourself against all of the negative effects of this psychic wind, just to see how good this team effort will be after the break.
Nice.
But yeah, good work, great D&D.
Yeah, well
I
done,
will
John.
see you in 20 minutes or so.
Nice.
See
See you
you.
soon.
Right, guys. Hello. You know that problem when you're just trying to do your homework and a maddening psychic wind is blowing through the room that you can't escape from? Well, that's what the party have deigned to overcome through using a 9th level spell to cast a 3rd level spell. So, like I say, you have mitigated the effect of the wind in a way that allows you to observe and even interact with the environment with other people's assistance. Obviously, Mir can't leave the hut. But that doesn't. The thing that we have to also think about is what comes in and out of the room over the next 8 hours. So, I think we're going to do a few rolls of this. John, I will start with you. Could you please roll me a d20?
15.
Okay, bear with me. Roll me a d6.
2.
Okay. I'm just finding now what's happening. Okay. You are an hour or so into this studying, and these it's not long before these 2 cloaked figures in black robes, faceless and obscured by these vestiges. One of them holds out a stack of books and the other one holds out a lantern as they seemingly unaffected by this psychic wind just stop and peer into this opaque dome that has appeared in the middle of this room. You can see these 2 creatures inspecting it.
Oh dear.
What do your characters do in this time?
So they can't see us, maybe. Unless they can see.
They can't pass through it.
You can't cast a spell
I mean,
through it, but
typically speaking, obviously.
it doesn't
If they
say
dispelled
it
it or
blocks.
something.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't say it blocks sound. So
That's what I was thinking.
We're just being quiet.
Yeah, it's like T-Rex outside the at the Jeep window.
Yeah. and Mir's just like, just ignore them. Just ignore it. Mir, just ignore it.
Yeah, I'm trying to focus on what I'm doing quietly.
Okay. So you're all trying to be silent. All right, then as they peer closely, I just want a group stealth check. You don't know how far these creatures' senses persist.
Can I use the inspiration I gained towards the end of last session?
Sure.
Woof. Woof.
Okay. Let's see.
So you got 2 passes, 2 fails? Maybe.
Depends, doesn't it?
Yes. Exactly. So they one of them stays looking, and the other one goes to inspect some of the shelves. They notice whether you have disturbed some parchment or taken one of the books to help you, like, read the map. One of them kind of looks up and down at this table and looks back towards the dome, and they see them both looking at each other. And they move away in opposite directions, phasing through opposite walls of bookshelves. Seem to leave you alone for now.
Okay.
So, Lucas, the next hour of scrolling and mapping and cartographing happens. I want you to roll me another d20, please.
Okay. 11.
11. Oh, this is taking a second.
Who knew drawing some maps would be so unnerving?
Fuck. Right. I love this book. Give me a second.
Okay, we had flying brains, so now it's walking butts, I think. Maybe.
You notice something, Tilly.
Mm-hmm.
A collection of statues. They are. You're not sure if they were always on this particular bookshelf, or that they've just appeared in the last few minutes. They're like little statues of monkeys made of interlocking shards of jagged black volcanic glass. And they're so intricate and detailed, they appear as if they were made by a master artist who merely teased out the monkey shape nascent in the stone. Not artificial constructs, but silicaceous life.
Wow. Okay, so Amir is concentrating, so I'll say to Giselle, it's like, look at those. I don't know if they were there before, but they look amazing.
I can't say I didn't see them before.
Yeah, it's weird. This whole place is so weird. I kind of want to go and touch them, but
Why do you want to?
I don't know. Just
As you
so cute.
contemplate going and touching one of the statue's heads moves and steps off its plinth and seemingly signals a couple of the other ones as they jump 3 or 4 of them. In fact, roll me 2d4.
6.
The 2 separate rolls, 6 in total.
6 in total. Yeah.
So 6 of them jump off the bookshelves and make their way towards this opaque dome in the middle of the room.
Let's just go.
They look at each other and then look at the dome, and you just hold on.
Monkeys.
Geeky monkeys.
One of them has like a spear and like taps it against the dome. Ting, ting, ting. And one of them tries to climb up it, but being made of this like glass, it's quite difficult for them to get a grip. And you see them start to get more animated and more excited. Before you know it, they jump and start kind of swarming over this strange dome-like structure, tapping it, ting, 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 jumping up and down, ting, ting, ting. They look quite excitable.
I mean, they can't break it, probably. So,
Maybe go and speak to them.
speak
See
to
if you can get rid of them.
the monkeys. All right. Okay. All right. Can I find a space in the dome where I can just exit without like knocking one over?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll do that
Okay.
and stand up and look at them and just say, "Hi, I'm Dilly. Hello, little ones."
They like as soon as you speak to them, 3 or 4 of them scatter and head back to the shelf, and they start like climbing up the shelf, and like 2 of them, the 2 holding spears, like step towards you and like raise their spears.
Put my hands up and like a universal gesture of peace. Like, I'm not gonna hurt you. I know I'm quite much bigger than you, but trust me, I wouldn't hurt a living thing.
Make an animal handling check.
These are some weird ass animals, I'm gonna tell you this. Okay, not greatest. 13.
You see that they cautiously like adopt like a squatting position, and you see some of these obsidian marmosets. They climb the rest of the shelves, and each of them seems to adopt a particular vantage point. You get the impression that they're getting ready to pounce.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna.
At that point,
Okay.
I would like you. Hold on, where's it gone? I'd like you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Your spell is gone now, isn't it, John?
It lasted an hour, so I think cause this is the second hour
This
in
is the second hour. Yeah.
Okay, I got 19.
You hear this chime sound that is reminiscent of when you've heard Mia cast Turn Undead, but the vibration, the tone, the pitch is different. it seems to drive these obsidian marmosets wild as they clamber and scramble back up onto the bookshelf instead of pursuing any sort of territorial defense against you. But it didn't come from any of them, and it doesn't seem to affect you in the same way. And when they seem to all kind of look in a particular direction beyond the dome and behind you.
Yeah, I'll turn around and look at what they're looking at.
One of these Black Order librarians has returned,
Black Order. Oh,
and
fuck.
they see you now stood outside the dome, and they're holding a lantern, and they have like a skeletal spectral hand. You can't quite see into the cowl that they're wearing, but you get the sense they definitely see you.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to speak to them, but I wanna have like a readied action at all times. That at like anything aggressive from them, I'm just taking a dive into the dome.
Okay,
If
you're
that's
close
okay.
enough to use that as a reaction. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Hello there. I am no threat to you or anything in this library. My name is Tilly. What's your name?
Hold on. You address one who has no name.
Oh,
What is your business here in the library?
well, I'm looking for a book, a specific book that's in here somewhere, that I would like to read and maybe borrow as I need it to fulfill a task.
Seeking information in this labyrinth. I'm afraid I cannot assist you. You must seek out the Yellow Order.
Wow, the yellow. I did hear that there's many different colors. What's your color do?
We are those who maintain the portals, the interconnectivity between the planes. Life, death, it's but a journey, and the Black Order maintains that journey.
Wow, that's great. And the yellows, I understand there would be
Those who
information.
maintain the books. Stitching, binding, cataloguing, finding.
Okay. Good.
What is this dome that you have summoned into the cartographer's domain?
Well, it's nothing harmful. I don't know if you noticed, but there's this wind here that seems to affect the brain of creatures such as myself, and we wanted to take a good look at the map you've got here on the wall, and just do it safely from inside because the wind doesn't affect us there.
Just make a persuasion check.
I'm the worst person to do this. But let's see what happens. All right, 15.
Very well. Do not compromise the interplanar stability of the infinite library, lest you summon the wrath of the Black Order.
Understood. Yes, I won't do that. That's bad. That I won't do that.
Kind of looks facelessly towards the obsidian marmosets, who all stand in different poses and freeze back into position.
Those are very cute.
Apologies if they have caused you any interruption.
Not at all. Thank you for the assistance in pointing us towards the yellow library. How would one find them? Is there a call or a bell we could ring or anything?
To give you a sense of direction would require a stable outlook from which to direct. The infinite library has no such stability. You will find them as long as you keep looking.
Understood. Okay. Thank you.
Or they will find you. And he fades back into the bookcase.
Very ominous. I jump back into the dome. And, oh, did you hear it? Wow. Did you hear that? The yellow ones are the ones I think we need to find, maybe. They'll help us with the books. If we can. I'm glad that they didn't attack or anything.
Handled it really well.
Okay,
Well,
so back to the studies.
Yeah.
Giselle, a d20, if you would.
10.
A couple more hours go by. Hold on. It's been a bit slow for me. 10. Roll me a d4.
2.
Roll me a d8.
3.
You see a pair of academics come from one of the corridors ahead of you. I need you, sorry, there's so many rolls for this one. I need you to roll me a d100 twice.
57 and 21.
Okay, hold on. Oof, right, okay. You hear these two, they kind of look, well, they're two like slender figures. They kind of look elvish, but much paler in their complexion, with kind of like white hair and very like big black eyes. They're very finely dressed, and they start raising their voices over the wind as they enter this room. Gah! Jeffrey, I think we've come into the wrong room.
goodness. What? What did you say? This doesn't look like where we'd find out about insects or where you'd be able to translate your holy scriptures. You see a cleric around anywhere? There's just a dome in the middle of the room. God, it's... My head really hurts.
Watch out for that.
What? What are you talking about? Just shut up, will you? And it seems as though this shouting gradually turns to ire. And they are shouting in each other's faces until you see one of them reach for a heavy book. Jeffrey, just check the shelves. We've come too long to... What? Jeffrey? What are you... One of the elves is beaten over the head with a heavy tome, and you hear his skull rebound off the stone floor. Why wouldn't you just shut up? Oh, God.
I'm gonna jump out. I'm gonna jump out and run towards the one that on the floor and try to see what happened to him.
Can I jump out as well and just be like, "Will you keep it down? We're trying to concentrate in here."
Okay. Make a medicine check, Tilly. Oh yeah. This elf character seems to have had his skull bashed in from one side with a heavy book, and he's got blunt force trauma on the other side. There's blood leaking out of his eye socket and ear. He's dead.
He is very dead.
Yeah. Red, make an intimidation check. I'm going to give you advantage because you... Oh my God, we don't need it. Another crit. You see this? I am sorry. Where did you... my head, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to shout. I can't really hear you.
I'm gonna...
Please.
Just as a player, I see this. They don't strike me as like too threatening. And also, one of them died to just one bludgeon hit with a heavy book. So they're not too threatening. I'm gonna invite the one that's still standing into the dome.
I don't
yes. Anything to get away from this stuff.
Come in here, get out of the wind.
He can't get in.
Oh yeah. I just step through and then he'll be like, boom.
Wait, where did you go?
Oh,
how do I get in this?
Pop my head back out. Right, yes.
You should run. You should run. This thing is gonna make you go crazy. You go to a different place. This is very bad place to be. And also, your friend is dead. I'm sorry.
Can I? I think I'm only going to progress this if we can sort of heal him. So, greater restoration worked before. I'm gonna do another one.
Yeah. So roll a d4 for me.
Oh right, yeah. Oh, just one again.
You seem to suppress the blinding headache that seemed to provoke violence in him. And he comes to his senses enough to kind of drop to his knees next to Jeffrey. He doesn't exactly start sobbing and look remorseful, but he looks like he's in quiet contemplation. There's perhaps a sense of guilt washes over for him. An emotion that you may, if you've encountered elves in your life, maybe elves kind of experience from a distance.
Sometimes you bludgeon someone over the head, and afterwards it doesn't always feel like whether you should have done it or not. But, I wanted to ask you, the previous room you just came from, were there any characteristics in there? Did it have a bunch of jars and brains in it?
I'm sorry, Jeffrey was the one
leading us through this infernal place. I wasn't paying attention. We were talking about our various callings, why we're even here in this first place. Poor old Jeffrey was just wanting to research a race of beings called the Thry-Kreen, these insectoid extraplanar travelers. We seem to be having some problems with them back on our world. Whereas I was just here to, well, decode some celestial texts. And he, opens up his hand. He, drops the book that he kind of bludgeoned Jeffrey with, and he opens up the books that he was bringing along. We got these off some cloaked yellow fellows, I don't know, maybe a few hours ago, off in that direction. Perchance, if you a follower of Mistra?
Oh, I've got one of those nearby for you. But there's definitely a couple of us that are interested in celestial text. I'll speak to him in celestial, just see if he, does he recognize it? Does it seem like he speaks the language?
Ah, that's quite the accent there. I've not actually... You didn't go to boarding school in any of the upper planes, did you?
I'm mostly self-taught. You know how it is from books. You kind of have to do some guesswork with the dialect.
Yes, of course. And obviously, someone of your lineage has only got a limited time with which to practice these things.
Yes.
I recommend
yes.
going to the Astral Sea. You don't really age there. Plenty of time for study.
Yes. Thought of that before. I look over, hopefully, towards Tilly, I wonder if there's something we can do about your friend. Does he look too far gone? Do we look like we might heal him?
So, I mean, yeah, it's not for healing. We could. No, I don't think so.
Don't have the means for resurrections, unfortunately.
You wouldn't happen to have a diamond on you, would you? Worth about 300 gold.
He looks to Jeffrey and is like, well, I'm not from a noble family, but I'm a member of the church, and we don't really travel anywhere in the Astral Sea without precautions. And he empties his bag, and there's 3 diamonds that are absolutely huge, worth about 500 gold pieces each in his bag.
Alright, I'm gonna try and grab one, revivify this bludgeon dude.
Oh, well, if you don't mind helping, I'm sure Jeffrey's family would really appreciate it.
Yeah, sure, but I gotta do it quick. It's there's a limit on it, so
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Revivify.
This other elf kind of opens their really black eyes and clutch their head. Oh, what happened?
Gesture sheepishly towards the other guy.
Cornelius? Who are these people?
I think you fell.
Yes, Jeffrey, I'm afraid you took quite a fall. Our friends here came to your aid and used one of our diamonds. I think it's only right that we give them one. Come on, old chap. I'll hook you to your feet. My little friend. Here, please take this as my greatest thanks.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You can have a diamond worth 500 gold pieces.
Sweet. Will be
Well,
useful.
while that's happening, I'll just duck into the tiny hut and I'll tell Mia that there's a couple of weird cleric guys out here. One of them's got some celestial text and said he's interested in Mistra.
Okay.
I mean, if you want to take a couple of minutes, I don't know what. I didn't get much of a look at the books, but
Can't really leave, I don't think.
can you? If you leave, does it like end the whole spell?
What about if
Oh, can
Mia
it-
says something and we just say it for her and it's like
No,
a
no,
chain?
no. They can
Let's
hear.
get
They can hear her. If she speaks out loud, they can hear her. But
Yeah, I'll come. I'll just come here. Sorry, with the spell. We're taking shelter here while we're studying this map that you can see. But if she, I know it's opaque. If she's in there, if you wanted to show her the book or ask any questions, maybe you can talk about Mistra.
technically, also, Mir could just stick her head out, not leave the dome, but literally just.
There's got to be like a doorway, right, that they could see me through.
I think
If you want, sure. I think it's a sphere you can go in and out of.
Okay.
So it's like a magic dome.
you can stick your head out and look like a giant turtle.
Oh, you do?
Hello.
Oh, goodness. A blue
No,
lady.
sorry.
Cornelius. Oh, yes. Hi. Hello.
I just had to say hello. My friend says that you've got dealings with Mistra.
Oh, quite. Yes. The Lady of Mystery's domain doth expand the multiverse.
Is it
Um,
true?
Blessings of the Lady of Mysteries. What mysteries have you to tell?
Oh, far too many. And I have to get back to this map. I just wondered if I could help you, or what are you looking for here?
Well, it's a book that's like mine, but I was told that there was someone who had defaced it. Some heretical texts that needed to be cleansed, if you like. I just have a copy of the original intact, kind of unheretical version, just to compare. And basically, I was going to publish a paper and try and find out who might wish to despoil the sacred word of the all-knowing lady.
Do they seem genuine? Like, not like they're having me on?
Make an insight check.
23.
Yeah, Cornelius. He's wearing like kind of blue and purple robes, and he has a tattoo of 7 stars on his neck. He seems quite devout and quite serious, if not a little bit uncomfortable with the wind situation and the lady who's sticking her head out of a dome and the fact that he's just murdered his friend.
I'll say, hang on, and I'll poke my head back in and grab the book that I found with the crossed out stars. And then
My
poke
goodness.
back up. This?
That's a... Hang on. And he... Do you mind if I just take a look?
Please.
Jeffrey's headache begins to persist. Tell you what, Lucy, roll me a D100 if you will.
85.
85. You see he kind of goes to sit down at a table and he starts rubbing his head and he looks quite bewildered. Cornelius puts 2 books on the table, seemingly unaware of his friend's confusion, and he starts checking pages. Yep. Yes, it looks like someone's really had a good go at this text. Why would anyone do this? There's so few of these books still in existence. These go way, way back. Bet it was cultists of Shar or Cyric. I don't know. Uh, uh, lady in the dome.
Yes, I'm here.
Would you mind if I take this? Perhaps I could consult you at a later time, and we could perhaps find the culprit. I'm of course happy to leave my copy with you if you wish to carry out the research yourself. Jeffrey looks quite unwell. I may have to take him out of here.
Just quickly, who sent you looking for this? How did you know it was in here?
Oh, it was a vision, a dream from the lady herself. I'm a cleric from the Rock of Prawl. It's a large city that floats along in the astral sea, and she told me that there was a despoiled book festering here in the Infinite Library, and I should maintain to cleanse it, discover its vandal, and try and uncover their motivations.
And he's Jeffrey, and what's your name?
Cornelius.
Uh,
Jeffrey. And you see him like look up, it's like, huh. My name's Jeffrey. Well, of course it is Jeffrey. What are you talking about? Huh.
okay, I think you should get him out of here. Cornelius, I'll take your book. You take mine. And if you are true of heart, then I trust you to look after it and erase it, scrub the heresy from it, if you can.
I'm afraid you misunderstand me, Lady of the Dome. We need both texts with the same person to do the decoding.
Oh, I see.
I'm happy to do it for you, dome-based one. But also, if this is your area of expertise, I'm sure Mistra will entrust me to delegate the matter. Well, I see to my friend, it's entirely up to you.
I will take both the books.
Very well. Then I request that once you've carried out this particular exercise, that you contact me on the Rock of Prawl. Well,
And what exactly needs doing to the heretical one?
Oh, you need to uncover the things, the passages that were deliberately vandalized, taken out. Anything that's missing from the vandalized one might give us a clue as to what their motivations were, what they're trying to do. They may be trying to despoil the magics, or maybe access the shadow weave, that forbidden gap between the threads of magic itself. Without studying it, I can't be sure, but I'm sure the answer will become clear to a learned scholar such as your domeness.
My name is Mia.
Ah, Mia. Well met.
Well met, Julius. Yes, I'll of course I'll contact you.
Well, you should be able to through a ring of my order. I suppose you'll be needing it more than I will. Contact the High Priest through this, and he'll get a message to me, and he hands you a ring, and it's like a signet ring with a black crystal dome on the front of it, and inside the dome you can see a swirling galaxy.
Ooh, cool. Okay. I'll be in contact once I've done some research.
Very well. Come on, Jeffrey, it's time to get you home. We'll learn about insects another time. Insects? Is that why we're here? Many thanks, Mir, and especially you, my small friend.
No problem. Just watch over him. He's clearly affected.
Indeed. Well,
In
enjoy your time in the dome.
Also,
Do people live in domes now? I don't.
Before you go, let me just mention this that just came to my mind. We've been warned that if people die in this place, their souls get like trapped. So honestly, I'm quite surprised this thing just worked. Maybe because it was just so quick, and we did it really quickly.
Gazelle's going to shout from the back. It might not be Jeffrey.
I think you should just watch him, just to be sure. Carefully.
Okay. I wasn't warned to take any such precautions. Jeffrey, do you know where you are? Well, I'm in the bloody library. Get me out of here. Very well. Thank you once again for the warning.
Sure.
And he grabs his friend and takes him into the corridor from whence you came, onward on their journey.
Yep. We've got this new show to look forward to. I'm in an infernal, in infinite library. Get me out of here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, that was Lucy's rolls, right?
Mm-hmm.
So a couple more hours go by, and you start to enter the final phase of your transcriptions, Mia. I would like you to roll me a d20.
Did we manage to catch a bit of rest during this time in between?
You can have a short rest.
You guys will get the temporary hit points if you didn't already. 13.
I rolled a 10.
Roll me again, please. You can choose a d20 or a d12.
I rolled a 6 on a d12.
Okay. Sorry about this. I need you to roll again. A d20, please.
19.
Okay. Few hours go by. Let me just get the thing. You get really close to finishing your map. I'd like everyone to make a perception check, please, and tell me who gets the highest and what number it is.
I got 22.
Mia, as you're writing probably like the most important part of your map, like the key or legend, you notice like the ink on your quill starts to run, and you do a big smudge over like a corner of the parchment. Damn it. Tilly, you notice Mia's frustration, and you look out of the dome. Something seems off to you. And then you hear on the ceiling of the dome. As you look
Okay.
up, it's like there's ink dripping onto the dome.
What the? I reach out to try and touch that.
Okay. As you reach out and touch it, feels like ink. You draw your hand back in, and it spreads over your hand, even over your spectral fingers. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Shit. 13.
You feel this like cold kind of grip take over as the ink starts to engulf you. It spreads around your body. What do you do in this moment?
I scream and try to like wash it off me, or some kind of magic bullshit. I'm gonna try and dispel magic just on the 3rd level.
You cast Dispel Magic. It seems to react with a kind of sentience. It doesn't have any effect. You are try and brush it off, and the stain only seems to spread onto your other hand. It's spreading. The more you try and fight it off, the more it engulfs you. The rest of you can see Tilly starting to panic.
As I see this and would recognize Dispel Magic, because I used that and that hasn't worked. And you say it does seem like it almost seems like a sentient.
Mm-hmm.
I would give a try of Dominate Monster. I think this might be a creature if it's not been dispelled.
Okay. While this is happening, please take 4 points of cold damage, Tilly.
Okay.
Okay, so it's got to make a save. Oh. It biffed its save. You form a telepathic link with this creature. And although you're focusing and looking at this ink on Tilly, you feel this creature it's beyond the dome, and it is existing in multiple spaces all around you. It's as if the ink in every book in this room has suddenly come to life.
Fuck this shit.
So I can issue commands to it freaked out at like this sudden realization of the sentience coming from all the ink in all these books, I just go, back to your books, and I try and shun it away. I try and shun the ink back away into the books on the shelves to stay.
Okay. Now, as you say that, the ink seems to rush away from Tilly. Now, Tilly, as the ink leaves your arm, I'm going to say probably both arms at least, that they are permanently stained now.
Oops. So got black hands.
Yeah.
Okay, well at least it's not face.
Yeah. The ink recedes off Tilly and rushes out of the dome. Some of the ink seems to obey and kind of rush up the shelves and into the books. However, more of the ink, maybe without a place to go or with a stronger will, begins to gloop from a ball in the ceiling and then whoosh down in this black, inky, elemental creature that stands outside the dome. You've found an ink elemental.
Nice.
It is bubbling and flowing, and it slams a bludgeoning fist down on top of the dome, which is obviously which you are impervious to.
So the ink that attacked me came from the books that we already had inside. That's how it got. Is that what you're saying?
Well, you notice that the ink on Mir's papers began to run, and they're inside the dome.
Right. Okay. I gotcha. And we've got about how long of this dome?
You've maybe got less than an hour left.
Okay, and specifically, red is dominating the elemental that was inside. Not the one
Well,
that's
you don't.
outside.
You don't. All you see is that a lot of the ink has returned to where it came from. But this now there is it seems to have upset an ink elemental. Whether they're multiple creatures, it's unclear.
What? Oh, okay. What do we do? How long?
Stay back from the edge of the dome. How are you doing on that map, Mia?
We'll need a bit of time.
This is new. I've got like completely black hands, and then 2 spectral fingers. This journey is going weirder and weirder. Red, you saved me. Thank you. Well, where did it go?
Well, I think I pushed some of it back up into the books or the shelves, or I think it's maybe more than one of them. It's not this thing that I'm controlling.
Okay.
Oh, I'm gonna try to focus, and if I've still got, does it still feel like I've got a telepathic link with some level of type of creature?
Yeah, you can definitely still feel a lot of the.
Yeah, I'm just gonna whatever I seem to be linked to, I'm trying to keep at bay.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe tell it to engage with this one, as they be distracting themselves.
Yeah, I was reluctant, but I was thinking that. Here's what I'll try. This what I've got the link with the ink. I'm gonna try and make it so it knocks some books off of a shelf, like on the opposite side of the elemental. See if it'll distract it or it wants to go over there.
you try and compel the inklings that you are
Inklings.
dominating, and yeah, some books kind of fall off, but the ink elemental seems unperturbed.
Mama Ink is not interested.
It seems unperturbed, Tilly.
Okay. All right.
In fact, it's not perturbed whatsoever.
Whatsoever. Yeah. What does the ink afraid of? Can we create
Water.
like a giant sponge? Water.
Big paper.
Water. Hey, an ink that would be diluted would probably not be very happy. Here, can we borrow the jug?
Yeah. I'll just hand it. The decanter of endless water.
What
Do
do
you have a jug?
What do you say? Well, I don't have like the. What did you say to make it go really fast?
Geyser or something.
All right, stand behind me, Mia. Sorry, Red. Stand behind me and like so I don't get pushed back like a unprepared fireman.
Oh god, oh god.
I'll stick out the jug outside the dome and say geezer.
Okay.
And I want to fireman hose this thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, it's going to make a dexterity saving throw to get out of the way.
Cool.
Let's just see what happens there. Oh, I rolled a natural one. Cool.
We saw it.
Yeah. Hold on.
You rolled a 3, but it's got minus 2.
Yeah, so it's not a natural one.
Still bad.
But it's still a bad roll. So yeah, just roll me, if you will, 4d8. Okay. You this geyser of water sprays out of the decanter and streams directly into the central mass of this ink elemental, and it seems to drastically
Diluted.
it shrinks it slightly, and you see like diluted ink kind of spray around some of the map work and some of the books on the shelves. It's making a real mess.
Oh no, Mir! Thank you. Draw faster.
What does anybody else want to do?
Just still concentrating.
Okay, Giselle, anything you want to do?
No. As long as it's on the outside. And like until we have to go.
Yeah. So it's enraged somewhat, and it starts bludgeoning the walls around you, this dome, once more, smashing. The more it smashes, Mia, the more difficult the finishing off this map is going to be, because there's ink and water spraying everywhere, and it's all getting all over the walls.
Okay. I'm going to stand up so my head pokes out of the dome, and I'm going to scream, enough! And I'm going to
Hold on. As soon as you stick your head, because it was holding an action, you guys can do it. So can it? It critted you straight away. Take 8 bludgeoning damage and 13 acid damage as it smacks you straight on the head.
Resistant to acid. So that's 6.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. As I scream enough and it bops me over the head, I'm going to cast banishment on it.
Sweet.
All right. Got to make a save.
Yeah, but it's going to roll. One moment.
Oh, I
A
wonder.
7. So it's a charisma save. So whatever its modifier is for.
Its modifier is -5 to charisma. So
Love that.
Is,
for
bu-
it.
is banishment considered a planar travel?
Yeah, that's why I haven't been doing it. Good to find out.
Oh.
when you cast it,
Uh-huh.
you see like the fabric of reality in this room just shifts gently. The spell fails,
Mhm.
and the library becomes at least partially destabilized.
Okay.
Oh, it's so bad.
This doesn't make it easier necessarily to copy the map on the wall, as the wall is now at risk of disintegrating.
Okay.
So the situation only becomes more urgent to you.
Okay. I'll do what I can then. Realizing I've made a mistake and I fucked up. Like I'll.
Are you like ducking back below?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Is there anything anybody else wants to do?
I think we gotta distract it somehow. I'm going to unless you got some ideas.
Don't use any fire.
Good freaking.
My backup plan was banishment. So
Okay.
You could
Okay.
try and charm it.
Okay. Maybe.
yeah, I've got a bead on these little ones that I'm concentrating on. I don't have much more. Do you have any good charms for the big
Charm
one?
monster. I could
You gonna
do
go
it.
for it, Giselle?
I think so. At 4th level. It's a wisdom save.
Wizzy save. I rolled a 4.
Okay.
Nice.
Great. It's friendly towards me.
Just you?
You have to step out to cast it so it can
Yeah.
see you. I think. But yeah, as soon as you step out, describe this. How do you charm this ink elemental?
Look like
It's
a big
literally an
floaty
amorphous glob of black ink. Expressionless.
like art attack, but in a black flat.
Yeah.
What does it look like? It looks like, has it got eyes?
Not that you
Just
can
black.
see. It's just black liquid
I'm
that seems to be
focusing.
vaguely into a shape.
Okay, well, Giselle just sort of focuses on the full shape and says, "Go away, if you don't mind."
It's about to raise like 2 pseudopod fists to come crushing down on you, and as you just step out, and your magic seems to kind of like ripple on over your body, and as you say "go away," the sound of your voice seems to reverberate through this ink elemental, and it just weakens them, and their fists, pseudopods, kind of drop to the side. It looks towards the shelves, or you could tell that was happening if it definitely had eyes. And out of the books, these little inklings that Red was dominating kind of jump out and jump like into the ink elemental, and it seems to grow back a bit, kind of like getting some of its form that was blasted away. It kind of ripples and shrinks, and as the inklings join it, it starts to take on a different shape. a shape of a humanoid that looks, at least in a silhouette-like fashion, vaguely like you, Giselle. And it waves at you before it turns and walks back.
Like an ominous threat for later.
Nice work, Giselle. You've just created a BBG. Mr. Ink. Mr. Ink. That was great. That was good job.
What what's the library like? The room looking like now? I'm out of the dome, knowing that it's.
You look and you can see like some of the bookshelves seem slightly stretched and distorted. And you look back towards the dome, and the dome itself flickers.
Guys, I don't think we've got long left in this room at all. In fact, I think we need to run because I think a black librarian's going to find us.
He did say not to mess anything up between the planar things, didn't he? Shit. Okay.
Stop!
We'll run as soon as Mir says she's done. Let's get ready.
Mia, as the stability maintains its a questionable structure, I want you to. We're going to make a check. Now, everybody's been helping you, and you've managed to avoid the effects of the psychic wind. So I'm going to give you advantage on a skill check. I think this would be usually tools are dexterity, and that is basically what the main skill of drawing a map is going to involve. So yeah, advantage on a dexterity check.
Can I give some guidance as well?
Not a survival check.
No.
Not an insight check by any chance.
No.
Not Arcana.
Animal handling.
Not even religion. All right, you can do this. I feel you. You'll do a good one. Yeah.
Plus guidance.
Sweet.
Yeah, okay.
22. You feel that you are able to make the necessary repairs, and you feel like you've internalized the image enough to make a semi-reliable map of all 3 layers of Pandemonium. 3 maps in 8 hours.
Nice.
Okay. All right.
Let's run. let's run.
Yeah.
Just as you roll up the 3rd map,
Fuck.
you hear that ominous gong noise that dealt with the obsidian marmosets. I would like everybody to make a wisdom saving throw.
Is this one a spell or magic?
Yes, it is.
Not bad.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. You managed to resist the effects of this spell, except Giselle. Giselle, you need to get out of here right now. You can run forward or back without consulting anybody. What would Giselle do?
Forward.
All right. You leg it. As you sprint out of the dome, it disappears. Mia rolls up her last case. Giselle, I want you to roll me the next d20. Now, hold on. There's specific rules for running blind into the next corridor, because every time we progress, I'm assuming that you're going carefully, but something else happens if you leg it, which is obviously what would be happening here. So bear with me 1 second. Running blindly.
Bye, guys.
Okay. Roll me a d4.
2.
Okay. That's actually pretty good. Can you roll me a d20?
18.
Okay. What's unfortunate about running blindly is now you guys don't have any idea how deep you're going to go.
Mm.
So I am tracking your depth, but you guys would feel lost now at whatever location you end up in.
Okay.
So 18. Okay. I love this book. Can you tell?
Yeah, you said a few times, yeah.
Right. The next, Giselle, you run headlong. You know that have pissed off that the Black Order librarians, and you don't want to stick around to see just how badly they could fuck things up. You twist and turn around numerous corridors, going further and further before the adrenaline starts to calm down, and you run into a room that has another machine in it. This is a large steam-powered printing press that seems to be automated in its operation. It's plumbed into a larger structure of the library, powered by high-pressure steam piped in from various boilers. It seems to be just permanently generating pages and throwing them into a collection basket. I would like you to roll me another d20, please.
4.
Okay. Four. Roll me a d6, please.
5.
Okay. Oi! There's a tail.
Mm-hmm.
What are you doing? This automated machine seems to be undergoing some maintenance by 5 animated skeletons. They are polishing the steam pipes, calibrating the boiler, and distributing the papers into various collection baskets.
They've seen me come in.
They seem single-mindedly devoted to their tasks. You don't disturb them as you walk in.
And then I'm going to walk on up and situate myself near them and try and read whatever near the collection basket, but without any sort of ill intent, just wanting to appear and not really bother them.
Sure. Make a perception check. Seems as though this is so weird how this has worked. It seems as though the machine is printing replacement pages for a specific holy text.
And would I recognize a mistress symbol, for example?
Why,
Any
yes,
sort
you
of-
would.
Oh, interesting. Yeah. Yeah. Can I read?
Yeah, it seems to be a few different pages from various sections of the book. Although you can tell that right now they're kind of different verses and different dogma, even some commentary on particular spells and ritual castings. They are disparate enough not really to make sense collectively, but you recognize all of the ones that belong to either a particular book or a particular series of books because of the way they're printed and the consistent symbology between them.
Okay.
At that point, the rest of you would come in and having caught up with Giselle.
Oh, you found me. I thought that was it. I thought we were separate forever.
Yeah, I thought we were gonna be
Don't
like
sound too
separate.
disappointed.
Freedom.
We just heard you huffing and puffing and followed
Yeah.
the sound. It's like we almost lost you a few times.
What happened? What happened where you were?
We didn't stop to look. Just
Do you think he's on our trail?
Sorry.
no, you got the maps. Mir, you've done great.
Ooh.
You got the maps.
Mia, do you want some good news?
Yes, desperately.
This is a Mistra book.
What?
Symbology of Mistra. There's another book with your god in there.
What is going on in this place? The last 3 rooms, there's been something to do with this text.
Yes. Maybe it's a sign. Maybe
I
she's
think
trying to
it is a
connect with
sign.
you.
Maybe. But you gave that other book with the scratched stars to that
No.
guy.
She
No.
kept it.
I kept
No, you
it,
Got them both.
You kept it.
and I took his.
Oh, okay.
And then this machine is printing brand new pages to make more of them.
Are any pages in the books you have damaged?
I mean, this book has been vandalized, so yes.
Maybe that's what it's printing. Printing replacements for
Can
things
I
you
have a
just.
look? at
Make
what's-
an investigation check.
Oh boy. Can I guide myself?
Yeah.
Mistral.
Oh!
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 Crit City today.
Yeah.
Jesus fuck. Right.
A -1 on investigation.
With the crit, you take your book. You take the book that you got from Cornelius. You take the heretical version that you found, and you take these replacement pages that are being printed, and you cross-reference them. And yeah, every vandalized page
in the heretical scripture has been reprinted with the view to being repaired.
What is happening? What
don't
is this
know.
book? Can I have a look at the
Must be
real
really
copy, like a
important.
good copy?
Bear with me one sec. I've got a cat on me and it's
Yeah,
Oh.
distracting.
Hold on. Come on, off you get.
No.
Yeah.
I'm kind of interested in the 5 animated skeletons in the room.
Have a check.
All right, give me a second. Because this has come together in a way that I really didn't expect, and it's really cool. So let me just check what I've got.
This is right, isn't it? The pages being printed are direct replacements for specifically the vandalized pages.
Yeah.
What?
You could try and rip one page and see if it gets. No, but you wouldn't do that, would you?
I wouldn't do that.
Just as a test. Do we have less important book that we could
Are
test
you
it on?
trying to test my faith?
No, I'm just curious if it will like reprint what is destroyed for the whole library, maybe.
Where's... Sorry, I'm getting frustrated. I'm trying to find something.
Oh, I thought that was a character with a gruff voice.
Okay. You begin reading the pages, and after some notes and introduction, you get to the title page, and it's the Codex Eternus, which looks like this.
Oh shit!
You notice that the person on the right, depicted on the cover, is Mistra,
In midnight.
and the person on the left
Lone
is
Spell.
Kellamvor.
Oh, Kellamvor. Shit. That's fucking crazy.
Have we heard of this codex before?
No.
Oh, so, do the pages that were scrubbed out that you've been replacing, have they got any common theme between them? Is there any particular spells or prayers that had been tried to be erased?
When I flipped through, they were generally criticizing the whole philosophy of Mistra's teachings, but let me have a look specifically.
You've already done the crit investigation, so you notice that there were pages removed that basically instructed the reader on how to become the Magister.
Okay. They were removed.
Mm-hmm.
So the person that was defacing the book was of the belief that no one should have the power to elevate themselves to the level of Magister and have that level of control over magic.
Like the current Magister, maybe?
Yeah, or it was the current one not wanting anyone to pursue
Like not
them.
wanting anyone else to do it, yeah, because...
And they destroyed the pages and then brought the book into one place that even them couldn't really reliably find it, so no one else would have. But then they didn't know that this bloody place has a machine that fixes books, which is kind of cool as fuck.
I wonder if the machine automatically reprints pages of books that are damaged in here.
That's what I said.
To maintain it, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I said. It makes sense.
The the Codex Eternus, can I use a charge of my scepter? Cast Identify on it, please.
Yes. And above the table, I tell you, it'll do loads of really cool shit when I've finished building it on D&D Beyond.
Yay! Okay, you tell me when you're finished.
Yeah.
Great.
But yeah, effectively, it's not a Mistra Codex. It's a Mistra and Kelemvor Codex together.
But now Kelemvor is no more. Or so we assume at this point. What does it describe of the nature between Kelemvor and Mistra in this book?
Oh, it is obvious in the foreword and introduction that this was written either in honor or recognition of the union between Mistra and Kelemvor, who both ascended and became gods.
So the Magister isn't specifically Mistra, but it's sort of this union between the two somehow. Oh, that's messed up.
Perhaps the position of Magister is an honorary symbol of that union.
Yeah, he's like like a cool
Standard bearer, a devotee, the pinnacle.
Well, that's
of worship.
that's surely gonna help you in your quest, Mir.
Does that this might throw a spanner in the works of my entire understanding of the long-running plot arc in this campaign, but the Magister, up until this point, I've assumed that the Magister is a position linked up to Mistra. It's you're the high mage under Mistra, and that's that route, right? But is this all kind of suggesting that it's not just about Mistra? The Magister could be equally attributed to either both or Kelemvor's domain. So becoming Magister, you don't need to be on Mistra's side. You can just go into Kelemvor's side, and there's a big fat open vacuumous space where Kelemvor once existed and now doesn't anymore. Oh no. Oh dear.
Hey John, have another point of inspiration.
Oh no. I love this library, it's horrible.
It's freaking great.
What was the union, just for my knowledge on? Is it romantic, or is it a coming together of religion, or or do we not know that?
Mia would have an insight into that. You might remember that when Kelemvor was made mortal and killed by Tisha, that Mistra seemingly went quiet for a long time.
Fucked off. It's true.
Yeah, they have a thing. It was shown during the Gallant's trial too.
John, just simplify what you said into a sentence or two.
Excuse me, sorry. I was thinking that the position of Magister was almost like Mistra's lieutenant, or it's like Mistra's high mage. That was what I was thinking. So you follow Mistra, and if you're top dog in Mistra's class, then you become Magister. But what I'm getting from this is that the Magister isn't just a position under Mistra's top of the class. It's to do with the union between Kelemvor and Mistra. Either of them could be equally, if you're becoming Magister, it could be going closer towards the position of either of them. It's not necessarily Mistra's top dog. You could be on the route to do the same thing you're doing with Mistra in mind. Someone could be doing with Kelemvor in mind. See what I mean?
So it's something that Mistra and Kellenvor seemingly have cooked up together.
The
It-
lone
Yeah,
spell
yeah.
is doing
It basically explains. Yeah, it
Calendar.
basically explains how Lone Spell became the Magister. Right? Because he is the current Magister, right? That's what you know? No?
Mm.
Yeah, you've got that information. Yeah, so he is. So that kind of explains because he
Yeah,
was,
yeah, yeah.
you
So it
know,
makes
as far as
sense,
you
yeah.
know, he was not. He was not. So it kind of explains why, how he was able to do it effectively. It doesn't.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Hang on, is
you're
there
doing
only-
it with cool Mistra star magic and stuff, and he's doing it with cool, terrible death magic and trying to become
Yeah.
Magister that way.
So you're bound to like come together in the union, then you and Lone Spell, I think.
I'm not gonna go out with Lone Spell.
Hey, give him a chance, man. You never know. he's only bones, but like
He keeps his daughter in a lamp. What's he
Yeah,
gonna do with me?
that's pretty terrible. Yeah.
This is a massive bombshell.
That's pretty good.
It's just the culmination of years and years of work that has seemingly come together partially through random roll tables, which I'm really excited with.
It's
Wow.
just it kind of it's kind of crazy to think that if you didn't have this book right now and gone up against Lone Spell, whether you'd even stand a chance. You know what I mean? Without this thing that this book will actually explain to you, but maybe we would have gotten that info some other way. But this seems this. It might seem like all random, but Mistra's definitely probably guiding the fates.
Yeah, now I believe in Mistra. Kirsty's believed for a while, but now Dan believes in Mistra.
Yeah. All hail. This printing press, is it just printing one copy of each page?
Yeah.
And how much are the skeletons kind of guarding that? Can I take them?
You can take them, and the skeletons don't seem to mind.
I'll
What you might notice from the picture is basically you've got the light side, and the heretical side is the dark side that's also been vandalized, and you put them together to make it into the Codex Eternus.
Oh, I see. But is the content in both identical?
There is, yeah, like it's not identical, but it's structured in the same way, and it's complementary.
Okay. Cool. I want to read this now.
No, you don't. Above the table. I'm not ready.
No, you don't.
I want to know everything that's in the book right now. I think what I
You
was
need,
getting at-
need to take time to stitch the pages in and repair the binding
yeah.
and all that.
What I
before
was
you can
heading
read it.
towards was I wonder whether this is a safe place for us to sleep and rest.
To do a long rest. Maybe. I'm kind of worried a little bit, right? Because we did this like run, like Giselle, you were running really fast, and we were just kind of following you and not really paying attention. Do you think we'd be able to retrace our steps back to the last room that we've been to?
No.
Or did we lose that connection now?
As I said, you feel lost, so you are not sure. Retracing your steps would be. I don't think it's possible when you've run blind.
Cool. Well, hopefully we'll find enough room maybe that has that sort of shortcut that you found in the second one, maybe.
Yeah, we might. Maybe we should just keep going and see if we find something else that helps us. Because especially this room is close to where the Black Order librarian was. I mean, we're lost,
just to
so
be
even if
clear-
we go deeper, we might end up going closer to the previous room. We don't really know, but
Just to be clear, you can go back, but what I'm saying is you're not sure where going back would lead you, but how many layers you've run through. Do you know what I mean? So you can't retrace
okay.
your steps to be sure, but you can attempt to go back in the direction you came from.
So we've definitely gone in a deeper direction. We just don't know how far. So we could still head in the direction of. Okay, right, yeah. Maybe we should then. Maybe just to investigate a new room, we should try going back anyway. And if we're really lucky, we'll already be straight back in the other room.
Wait, that's not gonna be lucky because that's where the Black Librarians are
Well,
waiting
that's
for
true,
us.
but at least we would know
Fuck us
where we
up.
were.
Yeah, but then what? We're gonna just run again? That doesn't seem like a good idea.
We need another shortcut. Giselle's going to walk over to the skeletons and say,
Mhm.
"Hello,
Hello.
you see me? I've been here all this time."
One of them is just like polishing one of the brass tubes that's powering the printing press, and they just turn. Oh, hello.
Yeah. Don't know if you know anything about this, but this is our first time to the library, and we're looking for a book. And I just wondered if you had any guidance to find the book from your knowledge here fixing this machine.
You'll have to speak to a librarian. There are a few books that get reprinted and repaired here, but honestly, this thing works all the time, and we're just here to keep it going. We're not the reader type; we're the fixer types.
Cool. You're very articulate for not having. Wow.
Yes, I'm not sure how I speak without lungs or a larynx either.
I just had this incredible thought that whatever we've been coming across comes from the same people. Like we found the brains, the souls, then now we found bones. It's like all the same person.
It's the people that have died here and their body parts become the workers.
Exactly. It's the we could put them together. We have the technology.
Create some kind of demigod superhuman out of it. Oh,
It's probably one of their eyes too. Like when you think about it.
You know, we really nearly came across, I reckon, a white librarian when that guy died. Because somebody would have come in to collect the soul, right?
Ah, you've bumped into the librarians already. Well, they're the people who you'd want to speak to. I can't remember. Is it the red or the yellow ones that deal with the books? And this skeleton looks towards another skeleton who's like on a little step ladder. Who's like fixing something with a wrench, and they just shrug.
I think it's yellow, but yeah, thank
Yellow.
you.
Thank you. Onwards.
Okay.
This is pretty great. Do we feel in our bodies that we are? What's happening with my camera? That we are tired.
Yeah, it's definitely getting that way.
Okay.
well, yeah, maybe it would be a good idea to stop here.
It's quite hot and noisy in here, but it seems fairly safe. With the 5 skeletons.
Not got any more immediate danger than anything we've already come across.
Sure. Yeah. You never know what the next room could bring. It could be much worse.
Hmm.
So why don't we try and rest? We're gonna have to set up watches. Or yeah, watches.
Okay. So do you have like bedrolls?
Yeah, it's in our inventory.
Okay. So you need 6 hours of sleep and 2 hours of prep time. So who is going to take first watch?
I can go first.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I need you to roll. You can choose either roll me a d20 or d12 as everybody else kind of settles down to roll out their bedrolls on the stone floor, and maybe the warmth of the printing press gives some kind of relief, even if it's not the quietest room.
Mm-hmm. I'll try D12 just for a bit of change.
Mm-hmm.
Just for.
And it's 11.
Okay. I need you now to roll me a d20.
That's 3.
Okay. You settle down, everybody, to some rest. Mir, Giselle, Tilly, get out of bedroll. Close to the main, like one of the main steam columns of the printing press. It's quite warm. And Red, you sit up, kind of on your bedroll, and you begin to inspect the environment around you a little bit more closely. In the moisture of the room, you can see footprints that are not skeletal, tracing from the furthest exit, which would be going deeper, back towards you, and towards the direction that you came from. There also seems to be, alongside these footprints, like litter, screwed up parchment, discarded trinkets, maybe? It's hard to tell without going to investigate.
I think what I'll do... so that I don't get up and touch anything myself. Sit here and cast Ritual Unseen Servant.
Mm-hmm.
Which I got recently. And if that gets done without interruption, I'm going to ask it to go and pick up some of the trinkets on the floor and bring them to me.
Okay. Bear with me.
Can I also concentrate on Detect Magic while I'm at it?
You get a big burst of conjuration magic from the printing press.
Mm-hmm.
And there is a faint aura of transmutation coming from the footprints. The unseen servant kind of walks over and just picks up like a scrap of paper and then a couple of other bits and makes its way back over to you. There is a mostly used up pot of oil. There is some screwed up parchment, some ink, and the screwed up parchment seems to have been used and then discarded.
If it's maybe outside its limitations, but could I? Can the unseen servant kind of unfurl the scrap of paper so I can see if anything's written on it?
Yeah. Seems to be a page of a diary of some kind. And says, why, oh why, did I try and steal from this library? What would compel me to do something so stupid? I've nearly forgotten what madness motivated me to take the book and run. Now I'm cursed to wander these halls, my lantern illuminating the lies and illusions that stalk these halls. Maybe my fate isn't set. Maybe one day I'll find a way out. Or maybe I'm cursed to be a lantern bearer forever.
Okay. And I've got this little bit of oil, or it's mostly emptied out. There's a little bit of oil left.
A little bit, yeah.
All right. Well, I'm not gonna wake anyone up or anything if it doesn't seem like an immediate threat. But I'll just keep watch. Like, does it seem like it's still? I notice it walking around near me, or does it seem like it's gone? Or
Yeah, you don't see any further movement or footprints, and eventually the footprints in the moisture just kind of dissipate. It was here recently, but you don't. It's not come back in the time that you've been awake. So, after a couple of hours, yeah, it's awkward with needing 6 hours of sleep, having 4 people. So you can have like an hour and a bit before you pass on to somebody else.
who's next?
I can go next. It's fine.
All right. As Red wakes Tilly, is there any exchanges?
I was just trying to tell you, like, yeah, it seems like this creature's been walking around, refers to itself as lantern bearer. I'm not sure if it itself was invisible while we were here and it was walking around, or whether it was just here before we arrived. But it spoke about illuminating illusions and lies in the halls.
Wait,
And,
the librarians carry lanterns.
yeah, maybe it might have been a librarian, although it sounded. It said it had been trapped here because it attempted to steal some book so long ago that it didn't remember. Who knows?
Didn't that person from the chain library say that the librarians are actually people who are captured because of something they did and then put to work?
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, you are right.
Mir said that. I remember, and I also just realized that she also took a book from this library. So maybe just yeah, let's mention that to her later. Hopefully this one's okay because it's Mistra maybe, so it's like not stealing technically. I know technically, but yeah, woof. Seems like very unlucky person. This.
Yeah, I've been at it a long time. Couldn't remember ever getting here. Although maybe the memory just wipes and, when you get turned into a librarian or whatever. But they have this oil anyway, there's a little bit left in here.
Okay.
So maybe this, I don't know, maybe this dispels the illusions or lets you see stuff. I don't know. But knock yourself out. Anyway, I'm going to sleep.
Cool. Good night. I'm totally gonna fall asleep. All right.
Yep. Roll me a d20 or a d12. It's up to you.
Let's go with d20. 18.
You get up and you go for a little walk around the printing press. Just impressed by this, curious machine. Looks like, I don't know, maybe Tilly's frame of reference must be gnomish in some way.
Mm-hmm.
But as you get round the back of the printing press, you see an ominous doorway.
Fuck. just like a door? What size?
Yeah. It looks like an archway. It has got it's a brass door with a conventional lock on it.
Are the skellies still around doing their thing?
As you've walked around, you've noticed the skellies seem to have finished their job and have departed.
Fucked off. Okay. Well, shit, I'm really interested in it, but like, it seems like an extremely stupid thing to do in this library to just open a fucking random door, and that would be so unwise. I might just listen.
Sure.
Yeah.
Put your ear to the door.
Yeah.
You don't hear anything on the other side.
There are people, or look through.
Yeah, you look through the keyhole. It just looks black on the other side.
Just looks fucking black. Yeah, I'm not gonna open it. No, I'm not. That's just, I'm not gonna do it. I'm gonna keep it in mind. Hopefully, if it's still here in the morning, I'll see if we can all investigate it, just in case I fucking disappear in there forever and never see my friends ever.
Sure.
So that's it. I'm gonna go back.
Okay, yeah. After contemplating for a while and having a look around the rest of the room, you see the skellies have like discarded some like cleaning and maintenance equipment on a table, but otherwise you're pretty sure you're alone in the room.
Can I try to use some of the cleaning equipment, because it might be somewhat magical for this machine? Can I try to use some of the cleaning equipment to see if I can get the stains off my hands?
You certainly can. Just make a investigation or perception check. All right. With a 20, you go over, and there's a bucket. There is a bottle with a kind of lemony smelling solution in it that's still warm.
Mm-hmm.
There is there's a toolbox that's full of various implements. So yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna try and put a bit of the lemon solution on a cloth and see if I can just gently test it on my skin.
Wouldn't you
Just-
know? It cleans the ink off.
Nice. All right, I'll go to town. Make sure my hands are clean.
Uh huh. With a perception check of 20, you notice that something has been left in the toolbox. There is a steel ring with some keys on it.
Like the keys that will like fit the freaking door behind.
Who
So
knows?
fuck me. I hate you, Dan, so much. I'm going to. Hey, what's the worst that can happen? I just take a peek. I'm gonna pick up the keys and see if I can find the right one to open the door.
Yeah. Takes you a little while, but sure enough, one of the longer brass keys slides straight into the door. Roll me a d6, if you will.
6.
All right.
Sorry, I hate that. This whole place can go fuck itself.
Hold on. You see on the other side a long corridor that is straighter and longer and more direct than any of the corridors that you've been through thus far. It goes a long way.
Could be like a shortcut of some kind.
Would be a fair assumption.
Okay. This is as stupid as Tilly gonna be. I'm gonna leave the door open, and then I'm gonna wait until the end of my shift, and wake up the next person, whoever that is.
I'll do it.
Okay.
And I will say, "Hey, Mir, here's this place is absolutely nuts. I found there's a small door behind the machine, and found the keys for it. And it's got like weird corridor, but I didn't go inside because that felt
Mad.
like a little bit, yes, stupid, nuts, like this place. But it's really interesting corridor. I was thinking maybe we could find out what's in together, or maybe in the morning. But I just wanted to let you know the door's there and it's open, so in case something comes out of it, just so you know.
You get some sleep. We can look at it.
Yeah.
Make a decision as to look in the morning.
Oh, also, we found Red found this piece of paper that might indicate that because you took a book from this library, then you're gonna turn into a black librarian. Maybe. I'm just saying. Maybe. So yeah. Good night.
You bugger to
she will. She will
Not
go
all
to
the
sleep.
ways you fucked up tonight, Mir.
She'll go to sleep. You can ask her in the morning. Good night.
I think you should go down that corridor by yourself.
And just push you in while she's sleeping. But yeah, that's
Okay.
that's it for me.
Are you going to use any of your time in this long rest to attempt to start repairing the book?
I would really like to, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not going to be very straightforward. So, let's just do a dexterity check.
Oh,
Intelligence and then dexterity.
oh, my strong suit.
Specialties.
Two dumb stats. Oh yeah.
Okay, you're pretty confident you could sew a couple of pages in really well, and then it dawns on you after you've sewed a couple in that you've probably sewed them into the wrong place. So you end up having to start again.
Okay.
Frustrated, you take a break and roll me a d20 or a d12.
A 4 on a d20.
Holy moly.
Oh no.
I need you.
We should have locked that door. Then shouldn't have. We should have locked that door.
Yeah. I need you to roll 2d20, please.
Okay. An 8 and a 5.
This is fucking bonkers.
You are not on mute.
This place is. Oh God.
Okay. Give me a second while I wrap my head around this. You hear a buzzing. You well, yeah, you hear a buzzing first. What do you do?
I try to identify where in the room it's coming from.
Yeah, you're pretty sure it's coming from that corridor that Tilly's left the door open to.
Okay. I will open the door fully and have a look down it. Won't step in. Want to see.
Okay, hold on one second. So fucked. You can see. Well, in fact, make a perception check.
24.
Be at disadvantage.
17.
Because there's no light source and you don't have dark vision, but 17 is still good enough to see. You can see some small flying objects. They seem to be the source of this buzzing noise in the shadows down this corridor. They seem to be attacking. Well, roll me a d4.
3.
Seem to be attacking 3 like dog-sized creatures, which now you look closely, you can not only hear buzzing, but you can hear like hissing and spitting. It seems as though the 3 larger creatures are bounding towards you, and the buzzing creatures are following them and swarming these things.
hate this. I would like to cast Arcane Eye and fling it into the corridor and then shut the door.
Nice.
Okay. You shut the door, and as you cast Arcane Eye, you can see these 3 huge spiders the size of dogs. 2 of them are scurrying along the floor, and one of them is scurrying along the wall. And they are seemingly evading an oncoming swarm of bees. Now, with your arcane eye, just post that in the chat for me, please. Because this eye has dark vision, I will take your 24.
Yeah.
And you can see that these bees seem to be made out of paper, and they are like origami angled into sharp stinger tails that are basically swarming and stabbing these huge dog-like spiders. The spider's abdomen is long and thin, resembling that of a praying mantis more than the normal bulbous appearance of a typical spider. So they're very strange, elongated spiders with huge black eyes, and a thick maxillae that resemble a human skull.
What is a maxillae?
I believe. Well, let's Google it to make sure I don't say anything wrong.
Probably
It's a
means
pair
about
of bones that form the dominant portion of the face. So yeah, basically these spiders look like they've got human skulls.
So it's like horror chasing horror down that corridor.
Yeah, it's horrible, horribleness.
Because I'm like, I slam the door and I'm like leaning on it, and maybe like my eyes are in the back of my head while I'm seeing this through my arcane eye, just like.
I would have left the key in the lock, by the way.
Huh?
I would have left the key in
Okay.
the lock.
You lock it?
Yeah.
Okay. You hear like squealing and hissing as these you then access the arcane eye and you can see these spiders like spitting venom at these paper bees, but there's too many of them. And eventually all 3 of these spiders succumb to the sharp venom of these paper bees whose pointed origami tails drip with black ink. Just make an athletics check.
$25.
All right. With a 25, you hold the door, and you
Hold the
hear
door.
you hear like whether it is the rushing, like the final rush of a dying spider, or it's a whole swarm of paper bees. You are confident that you hold the door and seal it against any further intrusion.
I'll spend the rest of my watch like sitting on the floor by like in front of the door,
Okay.
listening and watching.
You still hear a faint buzzing from time to time. Your arcane eye lasts for most of the rest of your watch, and after these once these ogre spider things have been killed with this venom, you notice
over the next 30 minutes that their bodies begin to dissolve into black ink. And a few of these remaining paper bees start swarming around the black ink and absorbing it
Fucking hell.
into their tails.
So fucked up.
Just have a day off, Dan.
This is so fucked up.
Right.
It's
The
cool.
But yeah.
bees absorb the spider ink. Great. The dead spider ink.
Mhm.
That's nice.
That's nice.
No, you'd be like, nothing happened. It's okay. Don't worry, Giselle. It's
I
like-
was awake and I had a nightmare.
Yeah, nothing else happens of note.
Okay. I'll wake up Giselle, and my briefing will be: there's a door there. Do not unlock it. Promise me you won't.
I don't want to promise. What if something happens and that's our only exit?
Just, if you have to unlock it, wake us all up.
Okay. Thinking, what if, that librarian comes after me?
You don't want to run down that corridor.
Which was the. Yeah. I'll promise to shout if I need to.
Okay. Giselle, as Mia settles down for the rest of her sleep, I'd like you to roll me a d20 or a d12.
19.
Oh, that's the wrong thing. Hold on. You, Giselle, have Mia's words kind of ringing around in your head, like, you shouldn't go through that door, but what if you need a way out? You go and kind of inspect like every other corner of the library, either because you feel like you have to avoid the door, or maybe there'll be another way out. And just as you find behind the printing press, you find a little enclave where there's 3 bookshelves in a little kind of like cubby hole. And you like walk down it and you lean back on the bookshelf. And it begins to move. And there is a staircase spiraling upwards behind the bookcase.
No way. She got another shortcut. Really?
Do I know where it's going, or is it one that I have to find out?
It doesn't seem very tall. And there seems to be a door just at the top within view.
I'm going. This is the last shift, right? So everybody wakes up next. So I'm just going to sit on it until everybody's woken up. Knowing that if I go anywhere, like, without anyone, won't be good.
So
You'll probably find me, like, sat in front of it, waiting for everybody to wake up when they do wake.
yeah, it's in a little cubby, like, recess of the library. So when the rest of you wake up, first thing you notice is that Giselle isn't there.
Giselle?
She's run off again.
No!
Corridor.
Not the
Over
corridor.
here. Follow the sound of my voice.
Cool.
And sure enough, you find her in a recess where a bookshelf is partially slid into the wall and a metal spiral staircase leads upwards, one story, about 15 feet.
Now you're all awake. I'm going to go up here. Okay? I've been very patient. And I can't wait anymore. Okay, good. Excellent.
Oh, and then we can try to see what's behind that door as well.
Oh.
No.
Oh, I've got something to tell you.
What?
Don't go through that door, I was told.
There were 3 huge spiders, like the size of a dog, and they were being attacked by bees made out of paper. I just shut them in. Everything seems so horrendous, and they killed the spiders. And the
Fucked up.
ink that they used to kill the spiders seemed to have a disintegrating effect on the spiders' bodies.
Well, I'm sure whatever's up this staircase is nearly as horrifying as all of that.
Well, at least there's no spiders left that I know of.
Okay, let's have a look. Giselle, you first.
Yeah. Up the stairs I go.
You go up the stairs, just leads to a nondescript wooden door.
Open it. Open
I would like to listen
it. Good.
first.
I'd like to use
No.
thaumaturgy to generate some ominous whispers from the other side of the door.
Have we all had a long rest, by the way?
Yes, you can have a long rest.
Sweet.
There's ominous whispers on the side of this door.
Oh, no
I vote we
way!
don't know.
Weird.
No
Creepy.
way.
Oh.
Okay.
After you, Red.
Okay, Red.
Oh, I'll be brave enough then. If none of you are brave enough to brave the ominous whispers,
Mm.
I'll try the door.
You open the door, and it seems that you've opened it into. There's a weird pressure change. It seems you've opened it into some kind of small private library. What you notice immediately is that there is a thick brass and iron door about 20 feet in front of you that basically takes up the whole far wall. You recognize this iron and brass door because it contains the same insignia as the door you saw in Lord Silverant's treasury office.
Mm.
So we're back to the entrance.
This is not the entrance that you came in, but it is in Draxmore College.
Oh.
You came in through Rolvazar's library. This
This is the door that we never went through when we snuck into his office, and we ended up running out of there.
there is all kinds of treasure in this room.
Mm.
Books, scrolls, a desk with a throne behind it. The desk is made of brass. That's what you see when you open the door, anyway.
Mm.
Is it? Do you want? It would, like, is there a trap here? If it's somebody's like gold and like, would they have put something in place not for things to disappear? Saying that, I stole some things from his office, so
And I mean, Didn't you say he's not here, or he wasn't in the Drax? I mean, I'm not saying he couldn't come back, but he wasn't there
Horrible.
just earlier.
He wasn't there, but like maybe the floor's lava.
Okay. I mean, he's the purple dragon. I'd like to see if I can find some information. If you're willing. Carefully.
You going in?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to be very careful.
Hold on. Bear with me 1 second. You see the well, I want you to make a investigation check as you kind of looking around and being careful. How many people are entering the room?
Oh, I'll go in as well.
You can make a check as well if you want.
Yeah. Probably be better than mine.
Slightly.
Quiet. What about Mia and Giselle? Are you staying put or following?
I think we all have to go in, don't we? We all have to be in the same place at the same time. I'd like to stay outside though.
You do what
I would.
you want to do.
I think I'll cautiously stay in the doorway, if that's possible.
Okay. As you walk in and you kind of look around, you're trying to be so quiet and so careful. You're almost holding your breath as you kind of edge your way into Lord Silverant's inner sanctum. As you both step in into a certain distance, not a very far distance either, the symbol, the insignia on the door begins to glow. I need you both to make a Constitution saving throw.
Magical effect, is that right?
Yes, it is.
I don't think you need it to Giselle.
No, it's just the people who went in the room. Why has that not worked? Ah, okay. Done. Okay. Red passes and Tilly fails. The symbol on the door glows purple and then flashes on the inside. You tripped a symbol spell, which is a 7th level abjuration spell. Tilly
Sweet.
takes 60 necrotic damage, and Red take half of that.
Oh my god.
Ooh.
You would have had 13 temporary as well. From
Yeah. Did you say how much?
60.
60. Okay.
this
Okay.
purple wave of energy seemingly guards the,
Ouch.
this inner sanctum against intrusion and blasts you both back towards the door. Red, you manage to steel yourself and hold on to the doorway, and Tilly, you get blasted back into Giselle's arms.
Oh, sorry.
You okay?
Oh, no, that bastard left traps as your fault, but I was hoping we'd avoid it.
Oh, I should really have to detect magic going. I will
Is
do that
that-
now.
All right.
Is there still any effect on the door?
You get the impression that there is still some abjuration magic present within the sanctum, but the main source of it is seemingly, once triggered, now dispelled.
Mm-hmm.
So
There could
other
be more.
faint and less powerful wards.
Alright, we should still be careful of touching anything.
Yeah, that, yep. Does that mean he got a warning or something?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Maybe.
As you're now able to see a little bit more clearly, you see that there's rows and rows of fine books, different carved statuettes, potions, scrolls, coins, busts, jewels, gems. There's loads of stuff in here.
We should steal it all.
Yeah. Don't like that guy. Steal his stuff.
You notice in front of the desk, which has a throne behind it, there's like a kneeling bench before it. And there's 2 pots either side with like stacks of coins.
Oof. Don't know if I want to mess with any of that, but I want to look around.
On the desk, there is a stone circular plinth with like a glass cloche over the top with a glowing black orb that seems to hum and pulse.
Oh, fuck that. I just want to have a quick look around without touching anything to see if there's any like notes, like diary of some. If it's clearly like magical books, I'm not interested. I'm interested in sort of mundane information that he might have left, like I said, notes or a diary or something like that. Though I mean, I probably didn't find any. I rolled a 10 investigations, and I'm like, fuck this.
Yeah, it seems to be more of a cache
Oh, magical
where
shit.
he keeps his precious things, not rather than his day-to-day things. With a 10, as well as like various jewelries and things, you see seemingly on the floor next to the kneeling bench, there is a set of 7 candlesticks, all embossed with a skeletal hand holding a
Scales.
scales. Yeah.
Yes, Kalimvor. So I point that out to everyone. I'm like, is that how you think you got in touch with Lone Spell? Maybe he was trying to talk to Kalimvor and got redirected. Who knows? I don't really want to stay here for too long. I think we're gonna be in big trouble if we But if you want to grab something, then it's up to you.
Loads of other things around. Anyone want to make an investigation check?
I would specifically like to look for, because it seems like there might be some very expensive components potentially, if this is like his stash.
Mm-hmm.
The things I'm on the hunt for are a small mithril orb, or potentially a precious metal chain, or a miniature jade representation of any type of confined structure. There's like specific types of spell components. Mithril orb would be number one.
Roll me an investigation. Tell me what the result is.
I'm going to use my inspiration on this one. Investigation. 20. 30, 20.
Okay. You find a box with some jade figurines in it.
Okay.
Some of them are animals, but some of them are also structures, like little watchtowers and little tents.
Oh, okay.
They're worth. You get the idea that it's probably worth about 500 gold pieces as a set.
Okay.
You see a gold circlet set with 4 aquamarines in it that you reckon would be going for about 2,500 gold pieces.
Mm.
And sorry, what was the orb you were after?
A mithril orb is something I always have my eye out for.
Worth how much?
Oh, well, like as much as you can fucking possibly hope for. The more expensive, the better. I'm on the long term, I'm on the hunt out for some very particular and very expensive components.
And what did you roll in your investigation?
20, dirty 20.
There's no such. I mean, so just before I reveal this one, is there anybody else coming in and looking around? No? Okay. So the thing that you are drawn to, there's no mithril orb. There's two things next to each other. One of them is a obsidian statuette of like a steed. It looks really finely carved, and with your detect magic up, you can tell that it is magical. It's a transmutation magic very powerfully emanating from it. But apart from that, as you were looking for components, you see the biggest diamond you've ever seen on like a display stand, on like a cushion. It is worth. It's got this like transparent blue-white color. Where the light hits it, there's this like pink and blue shimmer to it. It's worth 5,000 gold pieces. It's huge.
Big, but is it big enough? Does it seem to have any of its own magical coming from it as well, like the statuette? Like it's
No, it doesn't give off any magic.
just genuinely like a big ass expensive diamond.
Exactly, yeah.
I've turned to everyone else and be like, you don't get turned to a librarian if you don't steal books, right?
That's what the note said.
He probably is watching, though.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, nice. Oh.
We did we not? I'm having a deja vu here because do you remember when we first met and we ended up in a cache of another dragon at the green
Storm
one?
Cradle.
Yeah, in the storm cradle. That's when we first met. That was the first thing we did. We walked in there. What happened? Oh yeah, I remember. He touched something and then he teleported in, or something. Or knew that we were there anyway. So
Interesting.
I kind of wanted a bit insight into who he is and maybe why he did what he did. But that's something for later. For me, at least, and I can find out later. Doesn't have to be now.
So, what do you do?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave it. Yeah, I don't want to like. Last thing we want is this guy coming back and going after us, going after the thieves, on top of everything else we have to do in this place. I think.
Yeah, getting the funeral lament is too important for me to fuck it all up by trying to steal this dragon's shit. But let it be known, if we find that book and we come back through this way, or we get time in Draxmore, I am stealing that dragon's shit.
Hey, yeah, go on. Sorry, Mir.
I just said that's fair.
I'm gonna do something before we go though, and Tilly will grab a piece of paper that she finds lying about, and she's gonna take a quill, and she's gonna write, "Remember Jade Water," and leave it on the desk.
Ooh. Cool. And you exit
Back
and
out of the
close the
room
door
doing
behind
this.
For the cameras, for CCTV.
Okay. So you find yourself at the top of the staircase. Yeah, Giselle, Mir, although they took a big hit, both of them make the cautious decision to leave empty-handed. What do you guys want to do?
Okay, so not through the door behind the machine, not through the spider and bee door. So I guess we just go back and keep pushing forward.
You're not going down the long corridor to the door that Tilly found. You're just going to go like the regular way.
I mean, now that I think about it, like it's probably like the fact that it's a really straight corridor. That could mean something. That could be like we're kind of been moving. And Unless when we get to the end of it, it's just a nest of spiders and bees. And this is going to be so much fun. Whichever way we go, there's risk. I kind of feel like the fact that this is so, could be something useful if we just follow this, and we can always come back.
Well, if we think it might be full of horrifying, nightmarish insects,
But
then
we can just literally say that about every next room we just.
Why don't? Yeah. But why don't we take the key out of the door, and then we have it? We might encounter a room 2, 3, 20 rooms down, and recognize that it has like there's another door in there that has a that like looks similar to this one and connects to this, and we'll know that it's a shortcut back to this room potentially, and we might even be able to get back into Draxmore through Silverant's office if we need to. You know, just in the same way that we recognize his door because we were previously on the other side of it. I mean, I know it's not like we'll see this same door, but like the one at the end of the corridor might look similar. You know?
I think that's sensible. Yeah.
Not just a hat rack, my friend. We'll take the key.
No one thinks you're just a hat rack.
What would that even mean? I don't get it. Okay.
Okay. So you just go the regular way.
Sure. Let's
Sure.
fuck it up some more.
Let's
It's
just find
Am I
out.
right in thinking that we don't know what layer we're on now?
Yeah, you've got no idea now.
And
Great.
and the first 3 rooms were layer 1, layer 2, layer 3, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but this could be 6, 7, 8, 15.
That's the other thing. If we take a shortcut now, then we're also skipping an amount of layers that we don't know about, so it becomes even harder to trace back.
Yeah.
Who's going to roll? Has everybody rolled for a room? I don't know if they have this session. I think, actually, Lucy, it's your turn.
Is it?
Yes.
Rolled up now? Oh, I ran into that other one.
Yeah. Do me a roll. Could you please roll me a d20?
11.
I'm sure we had that
Okay.
one.
Changes with each layer, though.
Oh, that's true.
Okay, hold on. You take 10 minutes and travel like the down the next corridor with loads of books lined on either side. And eventually, among the bookshelves, you find a large stone sarcophagus, a rectangular block of stone carved into Rococo flutes and scrolls.
Carved into what?
Rococo flutes and scrolls.
Rococo flute.
Coco's like an art style, isn't it?
Uh-huh. Feel free to Google it. It's just super French fanciness, basically.
Super French.
So yeah, you as you're progressing down, you're just down this corridor and it opens up and there's like a big stone sarcophagus in the middle of the hallway.
Is that considered like a room?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's unexpected. Maybe it'll have other body parts for the people who died here and obviously got used up in various different things. Should we take a look inside? Could have a book inside.
Any religious
Sarcoph-
iconography?
Sarcophagus, lament,
Red, you're looking for iconography. There is an inscription on top.
Recognize which language?
What languages do you speak?
The abyssal, celestial, common, infernal.
Oh yeah, you do recognize it. It's abyssal.
Oh,
Cool.
It says, "Dead librarians won't rise," and then in bold, "ever."
Does anyone else speak abyssal?
Okay. No, it's all Greek to me.
No.
I can put my glasses on and help.
Don't worry, it just says, here lies jolly old Gordon Smith, and he was a great guy. Don't
She's like,
disturb.
it
And then let's
says-
go into the next room.
It says dead librarians won't rise ever.
Bit final.
The ever is in bold.
Bold
Okay.
abyssal.
Bold abyssal.
Which is just like a whole other level.
It's carved
You
extra.
Yeah.
It scratches
It's kind of like
out.
Garamond, but
It doesn't fit. It doesn't fit on the lid. Doesn't fit on the lid. There has to be like a little plate attached to the side of the sarcophagus with a side of the inscription in bold.
Is anyone going to attempt to open the sarcophagus, or are you moving along?
I don't think I want to
Do you
bother
think it's got the?
No.
Do we really think it's got the book in it that we need? I mean, it could. I don't know, but I don't. It's just this place feels like.
I can't remember. Did we? The Master of the Dire Dirges at the Funeral's
Yes.
Lament, Pandemonium came back. Funeral's Lament ended up in the Infinite Library. How exactly again? Did he take it in? Is what I'm asking.
No,
Or as
no,
far as
'cause
we know, he
it
just
was in the
went
chain
elsewhere.
library. It was in the chain library, and then Rolvizar took it and put it in the Infinite Library. Yes, that bit is kind of unclear to me. It seemed like it was borrowed from the chain library,
Mhm.
and then
They're using the Infinite Library as like a mobile book service, and
Just to be clear, not for everything I can, the book Funerals Remember was written by a member of Draxmoor College, so even though it did temporarily was housed at the chained library,
Oh, okay.
technically going back to Draxmoor would be returning it.
So we had it backwards.
Mhm.
It went back in the, and then they just decided to keep it here because that's where you keep all
like,
the.
I guess all I'm really
crazy
poking
books.
at is like if the Master of the Dire Dirges didn't walk into the Infinite Library with it and then get killed and put in a and then turn into a librarian and then put in a coffin, which had abyssal writing on it saying that dead librarians won't rise ever in bold Garamond, then it probably isn't inside this.
That was.
I
I-
agree.
Ergo,
I didn't get any of this.
let's not fuck with this coffin.
Okay, sure. I'll go with what you say.
Although, on second thought, I'm flip flopping wildly in this place. Like, if
Red,
it's
please.
if there's a dead librarian in here and they don't want it to rise, but the person who doesn't want a dead librarian to rise and traps them in here wrote it in abyssal, then maybe the abyssal person is not like the nicest. Maybe there's a good librarian in here. Get me out of here, guys. I can't.
It's that show
Okay.
again. Get me out of here.
Yeah. Okay, you go past the sarcophagus, choosing not to open it. And we will end the session there. We will roll for the next room at the start of the next session. But yeah, I liked how a lot of that session came together. So thanks very much, everyone.
Very cool. I love it.
That was crazy.
Are we back on next week as usual, is it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Cool. Until next time.
All right. Till next time, guys. Thank you.
Ah.